bij ons zijn priesters zoals mannen of vrouwen. Vrouwen kunnen bij ons ook priesters zijn. En priesters kunnen ook huwen. Ik heb zo'n witte jurk. Dhoti noemen ze dat ding. En wit, dat is voor gehuwden. En oranje, dat is voor de ongehuwde, de celibataire mannen. Nou, dit is dus het altaar. Hier, waar in het midden ziet u Krishna staan. Op zijn fluit. Je ziet, hij heeft een fluit. Krishna wordt gezegd, speelt altijd op zijn fluit. En daarnaast heb je Radha. Radha is zijn eeuwige metgezellin. Wij aanbidden niet alleen Krishna, wij aanbidden ook Radha. Radha en Krishna aanbidden we. God is de bron van alles, de bezitter van alle kracht en alle rijkdom en volheid. En Radha is zijn energie. Nou, hier op het midden, u ziet Krishna heeft nu gele gewaden aan en bloemenkransen. Die bloemenkransen worden elke dag verwisseld. En ook de kleding wordt elke dag, Krishna wordt 's ochtends aangekleed en 's avonds, 2 keer per dag. Daar hebben we zo'n vijf priesters voor. En die komen 's ochtends om 4:30 komen hier, of 5 uur. En dan wordt Krishna aangekleed in een nieuwe kledij. En er worden ook erediensten gedaan, dat is nu bezig. Dus, ja, dat heb je in India, dan heb je last van vliegen, dan kan je vliegen zo weghalen. En dan weet je koel toe wuiven. Dat heet het chamra. En nu gaat ze op een schelpbom blazen, maar dat kan ze niet, dus dat doe ik voor haar. Ja, dat moet je goed hebben, je hebt het recht. Ja.
Klein vraagje mogen wij.
Ja, je mag foto's maken.
Okay.
Dat is een schelpworm, ja, die komt uit de zee. En daar woont erin zo'n beest. Ja, en dat is zo'n schelpworm. Dus kijk, God is transcendentaal of bovenzinnelijk. Hij is niet te bevatten en hij is ook niet waarneembaar met onze ogen. En we kunnen hem ook niet horen. Al is hij alomtegenwoordig. Alles is in hem en hij is in alles. Toch, met onze materieel bewustzijn, onze materiële zintuigen, onze lichamelijke zintuigen, kunnen we God niet waarnemen. En daarom is hij verschenen in een vorm hier op het altaar, zodat we hem wel kunnen zien en ook dat we hem kunnen dienen. Daarom wordt hij ook aangekleed. Elke dag worden er zes volledige maaltijden gekookt voor Krishna. We hebben een keuken beneden en dat wordt dan aangeboden. Het wordt geofferd en dan aanvaardt Krishna het. En op die manier zijn de priesters de hele dag bezig met Krishna te dienen op het altaar.
En jullie ook maaltijden maken voor mensen die niet zelf kunnen?
Ja, wij doen ook voedselverspreiding in Luik, hebben we dat gedaan. En elke dag komen hier ook wel gasten en zo, bezoekers. Ja, dat doen we ook. Maar alles dus wat wij eten, wordt altijd eerst aan Krishna geofferd. En dan wat hij overlaat, en uit zijn genade is dat praktisch alles, dan kunnen wij dat nuttigen. En ja, kijk hier, je ziet op het bord, ziet u die mantra, Hare Krsna, Hare Krsna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. En dat is dus een gebed, mantra. Mantra, als je dat zou vertalen, betekent dat geest en bevrijden. Het bevrijden van het geest, van ons denken. Ja, wij zijn altijd aan het denken over dit, over dat. En heel vaak is ons denken dat we ons zorgen maken over de toekomst. En dat we zorgen maken over de toekomst. En treuren over wat er in het verleden met ons gebeurt. Dus om die geest te bevrijden van materiële gedachten, is hier een mantra. En dat is dus, deze mantra heeft maar 3 namen. Krishna betekent de allaantrekkelijke. God is allaantrekkelijk. Want hij is alles, dus alles wat aantrekkelijk is, komt uit hem voort. En Rama betekent de bron van vreugde, van geestelijke vreugde. En Hara, of Hare, dat is zijn liefdesenergie. Dus dat is ook alaantrekkelijke Heer, bron van onuitputtelijke geestelijke vreugde. Laat mij u met liefde dienen. En dat, kijk, ik heb hier zo'n zakje. En in dat zakje er zit, in België zeggen jullie paternoster. Paternoster. En er zitten 108 kralen op. En op elke kraal zeggen we 1 keer die mantra. Hare Krsna, Hare Krsna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Enzovoort. En tot we helemaal eronder zijn, er zijn 108 kralen. En dan staat er hier buiten, hebben we ook nog kralen aan de buitenkant van het zakje. Daar hangen nog 16 kralen hier. Dus als we 1 keer zo'n rondje hebben gedaan, met een mantra, dan schuiven we er eentje op tot we de 16 gedaan hebben. En dat is dan het minimum aantal. Je mag altijd meer doen, maar 16 minimum. Dus als wij inwijding krijgen van de geestelijke leraar, dan beloven we minimaal 16 keer per dag.
Per dag?
Ja, elke dag. Zonder geen rustdagen dan. En dat is het minimaal. Kijk, dan heb ik er hier van die 16, dan hebben we hier nog 4. Dus als je 1 keer 16 gedaan hebt, dan ben je 2 keer 16, 4 keer 16. Dat is eigenlijk de standaard. Zoals het in India gebeurde, de standaard was 64 van die rondjes van 108. 64 keer 108 keer 16 namen, dat is 100.000 namen. Ik heb dat niet heel snel uitgerekend, dat wist ik. Ja, dat is 100.000 namen. Dat is eigenlijk, dat was in India minimaal 100.000 namen van de namen van God aanroepen. En onze leraar, toen hij naar het westen kwam in 1965, want hij had de opdracht gekregen om die christenbewustzijn, zoals we dat noemen, naar het westen te brengen. Toen vond hij al snel uit, nou in het westen kunnen we dat niet, dat is de 64. Dus die heeft verminderd naar 64. En dat doen we dus individueel. En dan doen we het ook samen. Dan komen we hier 's ochtends samen om 4:30. En dan hebben we muziekinstrumenten, deze trommel. Ik heb maar 1 ritme, maar dat is genoeg. En dan hebben we cymbalen. Die zijn nog maar eenvoudig. Dat is om een ritme te houden. En dan zingt er eentje voor. En dan zingt iedereen na. Als jullie willen, mogen jullie ook mee zingen. Jullie houden van zingen? Ja, hoeft niet hoor.
Wordt dat altijd in de tempel gedaan of doe je dat ook individueel ergens anders?
Ja, je kan overal doen. Je kan het in de bus doen, in de trein, als je wandelt. Kijk, als je namelijk 16 rondjes had, dan duurt 2 uur. En dan voor veel mensen om 2 uur stil te zitten en niet te bewegen, dan worden ze een beetje rusteloos. Heb ik ook. Dus je kan nog een wandeling maken ook.
Maar je mag het in 1 keer doen. Het moet niet
dat is het beste is om het in 1 keer te doen.
Okay.
Het beste is om het in 1 keer te doen en om 's ochtends vroeg. Want de ochtendstond heeft goud in de mond. Dat kennen jullie wel. Maar het beste is om het 's ochtends vroeg te doen. Want dan is alles nog rustig en kalm. In de middag wordt alles al. En het beste is om het in 1 keer te doen, zonder onderbrekingen. Dat is een meditatie. Maar je kan het ook een paar hier en een paar daar en een paar daar. Maar het idee is wel dat je 100% concentreert terwijl je het doet. Dat je echt helemaal absorbeert in de namen van God. Ik weet niet of de Bijbel hebben gelezen, maar ik ben er nog steeds in bezig. Ik kom er niet doorheen, op een of andere manier. Maar daar staat dus dat degene die de naam van God aanroept, met cymbalen en trommels, die zullen behouden worden. Hebben jullie dat gelezen?
Ik weet dat niet meer.
Dat weet je niet meer. Nee, zo zijn we tegenwoordig. We hebben het gelezen. Dat heb ik ook, dan lees ik het en dan leg ik het boek weg en dan denk ik, ja, wat heb ik nou gelezen? En mensen het vergeten.
Maar vroeger wandelen ze toch op straat, de mannen.
Ja, ja,
Hè,
ja,
vroeger, hè?
ja, dat klopt. Dat doen we nu nog, alleen niet zoveel. Kijk, ja, dan kan deze trommel die kan gedragen worden. Zie je wel? Ja, vroeger, hè, dat is ook op straat. Dat doen we ook op straat, maar ook in de tempel. Maar we komen hier 's ochtends om 4:30 samen en dan zingt er één voor en dan zingt iedereen na. Dus ik zal één keertje voorzingen en als jullie willen mogen jullie meezingen. En hoeveel namen? We krijgen de naam om een secte te zijn. Hè? Bij breekmensen passen mensen, die laten ze. Maar dat kan ik niet. Ik kan het alleen doen als ik wil. Hè? Kijk, net zoals dit. Hè? Dat moet je echt willen. Anders kan je dat niet doen.
Je hebt een teken op.
Ja, dat is klei van de gangers. Ja, het is er allemaal een beetje afgebrokkeld. Dat brengen we op 12 plaatsen op het lichaam. Op het voorhoofd. En dan zeggen we een mantra. Om deze Vaya Namaha. En dan hier. Om Narayana Namaha. Om Madhavaya Namaha. Om Govindaya Namaha. Om Vishnavaya Namaha. Om Sridharaya Namaha. Om Madhusudaya Namaha. Om Trivikramaya Namaha. Om Madhusudaya Namaha. Op al die plaatsen, dat zijn allemaal namen van God. En met water en klei, dan brengen we die namen op een subtiele manier om het lichaam te zuiveren en te beschermen. Maar ook dus op het voorhoofd. En dan kunnen mensen herkennen dat we Hare Krsna's zijn. Als je dat ziet, dan denk je, oh, dat is een Hare Krishna. Dat heb ik gehoord in de rondlijn.
Maar die klei heb je dan van de gangen naar hier gepakt?
Ja.
Of ben je daar net geweest?
Ik ben er wel geweest, ja. Nou, niet net. Mijn vrouw is net terug uit India. Die is 3 weken geweest. Ik ben niet mee geweest. Ja, dat is gewoon een gereis. Ja, ik ben nu 68 en vroeger was ik ook niet zo'n reiziger, maar dat ging nog wel eens naar nu. Blijf ik er eens thuis. Kennen jullie dat? Jullie willen nog graag thuis. Ja, sommige mensen willen nog graag. Maar ja, mijn vrouw is net terug. Maar ja, dan nemen ze een klein mee. En dan met een beetje water, die zijn harde stukjes. En dan doe je die handpalm zo, met een beetje water. En dan heb je pasta. En dan een beetje schilderen zo. Maar dus dan zit er één voor en dan zingt iedereen na. Als jullie willen, mogen jullie nazingen. Ik zal een eenvoudige melodie gebruiken. Het is een hele gecompliceerde melodie. Ik weet niet hoeveel melodieën er zijn, maar die zijn er duizenden. En sommige mensen zijn er heel goed in. Ik ken deze melodie eenvoudig. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Zo, dat is eigenlijk onze belangrijkste activiteit. Wij bestuderen de geschriften en wij proberen de geschriften te herinneren. En we vereren Krishna op het altaar. En we reciteren de heilige naam, dat kan ook in je geest doen. Er wordt aangeraden om dat 24 uur per dag te doen. 24 uur per dag de naam van God aan te roepen. Maar dus het minimum voor de ingewijden is 16 keer, maar mensen die niet ingewijd zijn, die kunnen zoveel en zo weinig doen als ze willen. Ja, dat kunnen wij ook. Dan ben je niet echt meer ingewijd, zeg maar. En dan breek je een gelofte. Maar dat is dus ons proces. Wij proberen ons denken aan God te wijden. En dat kan je doen ook terwijl je werkt. Je hebt een baan, maar je probeert altijd aan God te denken. En de makkelijkste manier om God te denken is aan God te denken. Is door zijn namen te herhalen. En Het idee is dat je gezuiverd raakt van alle materiële ik spreek meestal Engels. Ik spreek ook wel Nederlands, maar soms schiet het in het Nederlands niet te binnen. Contamination, de besmetting, de materiële besmetting, zoals als lust, woede, hebzucht, afgunst en trots en illusie. Dat zijn de materiële besmettingen die onze gedachten kunnen. We kunnen heel trots worden, we kunnen ook heel onwetend zijn, we kunnen ook heel lustig of hebzuchtig zijn. En deze kwaliteiten die houden ons tegen om God te zien, om hem te kunnen dienen. Dus het herhalen van deze naam zuivert ons van materiële gedachten en brengt ons in een blijde toestand. Dat is het idee. En dan hebben we de geschriften. Dus om 4:30, van 4:30 tot 5:00 zijn we samen hier met een man of 30, 40. Het ligt eraan. Op goede dagen kan het 50 zijn. Op slechte dagen is het misschien 10 of 15 mensen. En dan van 5 tot 7 dan gaat iedereen het bidden op de Paternoster. En om 7:00 dan dan gaan de gordijnen weer open. Dan is Krishna ondertussen omgekleed. En dan groeten we hem met een paar liederen. En dan hebben we een eredienst voor de geestelijke leraar. Daar zingen we ook liederen voor hem. En dan hebben we een klas of een lezing uit de geschriften, uit het Sanskriet. En dan gaat iedereen, dan is er ontbijt en dan gaan verschillende mensen aan het werk. Veel mensen die werken buiten, een aantal werken hier binnen. En er zijn er ook een paar die gepensioneerd zijn. Er zijn ook mensen van ons die naar school moeten. En van alles. Wij doen over het algemeen hetzelfde wat de meeste mensen doen. Wij eten, wij slapen, wij hebben familie, we hebben vrienden. We moeten werken voor de kost. Dus dat is niet verschillend. Het enige wat verschillend is dat wij het proberen doen in het bewustzijn van Krishna, of het godsbewustzijn. Dat we proberen dat het doel van ons leven en alles wat we doen, proberen doen om God te plezieren.
Maar jullie wonen hier samen allemaal?
Nou, niet allemaal. In het kasteel wonen de ongehuwden. En dat zijn er zo'n 50 man. En dan wonen er zo'n 100 man, vrouwen en kinderen. In het kasteel wonen ook vrouwen, mannen en vrouwen, maar apart. Er zijn verschillende afdelingen. Mannen en vrouwen zijn apart. En als ze getrouwd zijn, dan wonen we buiten in een eigen huisje. En we hebben dus zo'n 140 man, vrouw en kinderen hier in Derby of in Septon. Maar er zijn er in het land, zijn er natuurlijk meer. Maar dat is net zoals in de kerk, niet iedereen woont in een klooster. En bij ons heb je dus ook een leefgemeenschap, dit is dan een leefgemeenschap. En dat zijn man, vrouwen en kinderen. Oké, dan gaan we nu naar de volgende verdieping. We kunnen onze schoenen weer aantrekken. En dan gaan we naar het museum van de stichter.
Had u ook gezegd wat die drie doen?
Ja, nou dat zijn verschillende vormen van Krishna. Die zwarte, witte en geel, dat zijn de kleuren. Die zwarte, dat is Heer Jagannath, dat is ook Krishna, dat is Krishna zelf. Dan die witte, dat is Balaram, en dat is de broer van Krishna. En het midden is zijn zuster.
Okay.
God heeft ook een broer en een zuster, hij heeft ook ouders. Maar dat is niet, kijk, wij hebben ouders nodig om geboren te worden. Hè, en wij hebben zusters, omdat onze ouders, ja. Hè. Maar voor Krishna is dat allemaal, hè, voor God is het allemaal een kwestie van dat hij dat wil. Kijk, God is de allerhoogste genieter. En je geniet met je familie en met je vrienden en vriendinnen. En daarom expandeert Krishna zich in die vormen, zodat hij zichzelf kan, dat hij plezier kan hebben. En hij expandeert zich ook in ons. Wij zijn ook kleine deeltjes van God.
Hoe noemen jullie elkaar dan? Broer, zus?
Ja, wij noemen elkaar Prabhu, meester. Meester betekent, wij noemen elkaar Prabhu. Ja, of de vrouwen, de man is Prabhu. Of Das, nou zo noemen we elkaar niet, maar Das betekent dienaar. Maar ja, het is Prabhu, is meester. Wij zien iedereen als onze meester. Hè. We moeten een beetje nederig worden. Hè. Dat is moeilijk, want we denken allemaal, ik ben subtiel of niet subtiel, hebben we altijd wel dat eigen, dat ik. Hè. Maar het idee is dat we anderen als meester moeten leren zien. En daarom noemen we elkaar meester. Maar ja, noemen
Dat is allemaal gelegen. Iedereen is gelegen.
Ja, we zijn al zo. Ja. Nou, iedereen is een meester en ik ben de laagste. Iedereen is gelijk,
Ja, iedereen is gelegen.
maar ik ben wat minder. Zal ik het licht uitdoen?
Ja.
Oh ja, gaat schrijven.
шла, там уже резинка есть, просто воду капаешь на пол, и вот эта резинка, да, она вообще быстрее. Это они уже сами так придумали.
Потому что здесь некуда воду сохранять.
Так, вот это дерево немножко мешает. Ну, как бы что-то трудно было поднести. Ну, походу не поднесу.
Поднесешь, попросить можно.
Krishna, 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 Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra Devi, Ram, Govinda, Govinda ki jai, Gaura Gaura Govinda, Govinda ki jai, Jagannath.
there are also, because I knew when I was in August, there could not be ever, Ukrainian devotees could not go in France. But now I suppose there are some Ukrainian devotees in France also.
Okay.
But it's different from here, it's quieter, it's very quiet in France. If you are really dedicated to your spiritual life, it's okay, but if you want to go out from time to time, it's difficult in France. Here you have some buses, some press, but
No, I feel okay here.
that's fine. That's why I was asking if you...
No, I feel okay, but I say only I miss Ukraine.
Of course, it's normal.
Yeah.
It's your country.
Yes, it's my country, my language, my friends, my family. Yes.
It must not be always easy.
Yes. Yes, I can do it.
Okay. You come to there will be the class.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chef. You want some water?
No, okay.
Okay.
Serious tonight.
Serious every night, isn't it? I just use technology to add to my series. God, look at that.
Did you ask Children Prabhu if you can go to the Bhakti Shastra?
I know it was Bhakti Shastra also.
But did you ask him if you want to assist?
To assist him when Bhakti Shastra.
Yes, if you told me that you want to go to the Bhakti Shastra.
I didn't tell you that.
You
You told me that.
okay, but
That I should do that.
But yes, that's
Because usually the Sunday is the only day which I can
okay.
do that. But maybe I can come there sometime.
Yeah.
If
You have to.
I know.
Okay.
On the screen, of course.
Please.
Without screen will be difficult.
Rabbits. Okay. Today is the 17th chapter.
No. It's the last class.
The last one. Okay.
No need.
That's a good renunciation.
No, it's
Many changes in this Bhagavad Gita. now.
yeah, no, it's according to my Bhagavad Gita. Okay. Obviously, I can't be looking at that and clearly disturbing the mind.
Okay.
We need to Gita, forget about
Ah,
that.
yeah, the Gita.
But sometimes we don't need to read or look at
For us, we need.
for us.
Kunja Bihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Yashoda Nandana Bhajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Bhajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari Yashodanandana Rajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Rajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Madhava Kunja Bihari Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivakacharya Stotara Sat. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivakacharya Stotara Sat. His Divine Grace Shrimad Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Mai Ki Jamuna Devi Ki Shri Tulsi Maharani Ki Shri Bhakti Devi Ki Harinam Sankirtan Ki Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai, Go Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Bhutale Shri Satsu Das Goswami Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Bhutale Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Sarvati Gaurvani Pichani Visheshushunari Vasya Cheshatavani Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Okay, so this is the last evening of our Mother Bhagavati. Oh, cute Mother Bhagavati. her desire to have a build-up to Gita Jayanti, and so 18 chapters and 18 devotees. Every class was a different speaker, or there was some repetition?
No, I did too.
You did too, yeah.
And there was one person who forgot.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I thought you were.
I was a bit too, yes.
Oh, I did too. Okay. So a very a condensed going through of the Bhagavad Gita, and so this evening, the last evening, we have chapter 18, the perfection of renunciation. It's one of the bigger chapters, if not the biggest. Chapter 2, chapter 11, chapter 18. So we have 78. There's 78. I can never quite remember the last numbers. 70. No, the last one. Yeah, 78. Yeah. So the 78 texts in chapter 18. And it is the summary chapter, summarizing what's all been discussed, coming to the conclusion. And so to approach it, I had the class in two halves. We will first do a brief systematic, a little academic, just break through what the chapter contains. We'll do that first, so we're familiar with what the content of the chapter is. And then I'm just going to highlight 3 different themes from the 18th chapter that are good to take home with us. That's the plan. Let's see now. it's a rough little presentation here, so let's see how smooth it goes. Okay, so the first section, chapter text 1 to 12, the 18th chapter, like many chapters, starts off with a question. Arjuna clarifies, okay, Krishna, we discussed this way back in of course, Arjuna didn't say chapter 3, there wasn't chapters per se, but the beginning about what is real renunciation. And this is a constant theme to the Bhagavad Gita. So again here, Arjuna is asking, sannyas, renunciation, can you please explain it one more time? So then Krishna in 12 texts explaining about what is real karma yoga, how it is to work and work as a way to link with God. So Krishna discusses that in those first 12 texts. But then he adds from 13 to 17, of course, to really connect your work to God, and it's not karma kanda, it's not just you doing what you like doing, that is actually yoga, you need gyan, you need knowledge. So then in a number of texts, Krishna gives the 5 factors of action. It's always this technical little area. And you can remember the 5 factors of action? Place.
Time.
Don't think time is one. Place. Obviously the...
Circumstances. No.
To do work you need...
The senses.
The doer.
Or the person, the doer, the labourer.
The action itself.
I think the action itself, yeah.
The super soul.
Permitter, maybe, yeah. Actually, I didn't actually look. So let's quickly. So it's the place, the endeavor, the person, it's the super soul, and
The purpose of action.
it was the motivation, was it? Okay, let's have a quick look since I've started. The 5 factors of action are, okay, the place of action being the body. Okay, the body, the performer. So, the very senses, yes, you're right, the very senses actually which do it. The different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately, super soul. Okay, so the body, the soul, the senses, the endeavor, and the super soul permits. Okay, so Krishna kind of gives this more technical explanation of how we should understand things, so we can understand, to make our activity not just mundane, but make it yoga. And then, from text 18 to 40, there's a continue in the Gyan section, the modes control all activities. So Krishna gives I always point this out. Of all the topics discussed in Bhagavad Gita, what is the one topic discussed the most? Yeah, the modes, yes. It's not Krishna, it's not the soul, it's not renunciation, it's the modes of nature. It consistently, because we know we have the 14th chapter, which is dedicated. But even here we have, 22 texts dedicated to the different modes, different things of the mode. The happiness, the mode of nature, determination, the modes of nature, work in the modes of nature, various things like this. So we really get a very detailed breakdown of all the different elements that Krishna talked about in different modes, and goodness, passion, ignorance. And so in more detail, so we get clear, and because it's by... I always like this apparent contradiction, is that one of our basic points of the philosophy is you are not the controller. And devotees like to remind each other quite a lot. Prabhu, you're not the controller. Usually means back off. You're trying to control me, so stop trying. But so we're not the controller. So that's the philosophy, that we're not the controller. Krishna's the only controller, he's the only enjoyer. But to understand that you're not the controller, you have to...
Surrender.
No, more, it's too broad a word. To understand you're not the controller, you have to take... Okay, that's one thing, but that's again theoretical. It's very practical. That's why this section, the modes, this whole... To understand you're not the controller, you have to take control. And that's what the modes of nature. The science mode of nature allows you, okay, now I'm inclined to do this. So what mode is it? Oh, that's in the mode of ignorance. If I do this, I'll end up, example, if I know I shouldn't eat a certain food and I eat it. Or determination. Someday I'm going to do this. Someday I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it someday. And determination, the mode of ignorance. It never gets. So So then we have to, okay, so how do I do this in the mode of goodness? So it actually happens. And that's, and by taking control of our lower tendency and our passionate tendency and come to the good, then we're starting to take control. And by that, then we come to the mode of goodness and we start to understand Krishna. Okay. So Krishna discusses a lot because that's how the knowledge would take control about the modes. Okay, so that's 18 to 14. And then 41 to 48, Karma Yoga offered to Krishna. So now Krishna is bringing it to the next level, is that he's saying about how to do karma, then you need Gyan, and then ultimately also you want to bring it to the level of offering it to Krishna. And let's just read one text from that section so we get to hear it, 41. Okay, so specifically, of course, the 41 to 48 is how to offer to Krishna. You have to know what it is that you do, you're good at. So we get these 7 texts on Varnashram, explaining about the Varnas, what they do. And just I came across a new point about Varna. And we also know it's a big discussion, but the Varnashram system, specifically the Varna, which we're all struggling with how to implement in ISKCON, Varnashram means bringing the correct problem to the correct person. Or everybody solves the problems that they have a taste for, or they can have an ability to like. Because the material world is full of problems, right? There's no getting away from problems. If you think you want a problem-free life, that doesn't exist. The world is full of problems. So Varnashram is just about bringing the correct set of problems to the correct person who likes it. Okay, I like this challenge, I like this problem. And then because I know, like, some people, if you give them to the wrong issue, they get all bewildered by it. But get another person who is more suited, and then that's their Varna. So they have a certain set of problems. So 41 to 48, Krishna delineates how his system, or how we're going to work for him, and explains in Varnashram. Okay. And then 49 to 55, so Jnana Yoga, so then again, another interesting point about Varnashram. Again, it's something we're not so clear how we're going to do it. But one element is that we want the social structure of Varnashram, but not the philosophy. We want the benefit of that there is procedures of how you behave. There's problems you're meant to deal with. There's an etiquette you're meant to follow. There's a set of regulations that purify you in a certain ashram, a certain varna, and you should know what they are. So we use the social structure, but the philosophy, we don't use the Varnashram philosophy, how to just become a mode of goodness person. Our philosophy is bhakti. It's for Krishna, and we want to please Krishna with it. So that's only in bhakti yoga. That's not the philosophy of Varnashram. That's our philosophy of bhakti, but built upon the social advantages that come with the Varnashram system. So how to connect our gyan with Krishna, with adding more bhakti. And then 56 to 78, the last section of the chapter, Krishna specifically gets very exclusively on the topic of bhakti. And so 56 is, though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable by my grace. So Krishna then spends the rest of the chapter talking about him and relation to him and how to think about him, meditate upon him. He's in the heart, he's directing us, and like that. So the last section of the chapter. Yes, no, I can. Okay, I can try to. But again, I'm adamant I would have fit my material into the class, but okay. But this is the summary thing. I think the next section we will naturally. And so this is a topic we hear a lot in the Bhagavad Gita, the confidential nature. But the confidential nature has a hierarchy to it, and there's 2 different hierarchical elements. So 49 to 55, and that's actually 49 starts with, one who is self-controlled and unattached, and who disregards all material enjoyments, can obtain by practice renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. So that's confidential knowledge of how to rise from karma kanda to niskam karma yoga. That you work but you offer a significant portion of the results to Krishna. You understand that has to be there. He's in charge. So Nishkam Karma Yoga to Jnana Yoga to Brahman to Bhagavan. So from 1455 it goes through those, elevates from the Niskam Karma up to Bhagavan. And so this basic knowledge, that this first thing that one was self-controlled, hey, that's confidential knowledge, especially nowadays, right? The idea that you control your senses, you control your mind, it's a foreign concept to people. They think it is something negative, but we understand control by taking control of our mundane desires and material desires. We access our original natures. Okay, so 1455 is confidential, but then okay, yeah. So actually, the confidential slide will be the next one then. Yes, okay. 56 to 60. Practice bhakti from whatever be one's present level. Oh, okay. The English needs a definite. Practice bhakti from whatever one's present level. So Krishna is very practical. Though engage in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode. So Krishna acknowledges, you're doing so much work, do it, fine, though engage in all kinds of activities. And the next text, in all activities just depend upon me. Work also under my protection. So Krishna is not saying, I want you to do this. He said, you're going to do so much activity, so much work, do it for me. So Krishna, for a number of texts, addresses this point. Practice from your level, but practice bhakti from your level. And then 61 and 63, it gets more confidential. It talks about the super soul. And one of them, Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam, Riddhidesh Arjuna Tishtiti, Brahmayan Sarva Bhutani, Yantarudani Maya. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities, who are seated as on a machine made of the material nature. So the basic knowledge of how to live in this world, how to control your sense, is confidential. That the Krishna is in your heart and that you should surrender to him is more confidential. And of course then the most confidential is that how we should engage ourselves in pure, unalloyed devotional service to Krishna. So this happens a few times in Bhagavad Gita. So even in this chapter, in this little section, confidential, more confidential, and the most confidential knowledge. And then that last section, after Krishna has given his ultimate verse in surrender unto me, then he talks about one who preaches and reads and studies the Bhagavad Gita is very dear to him, and the qualifications that one has to have. Well, there's 4 things we should, Krishna says, who can understand this? Can you remember the four things we should do to understand this knowledge? Study it, hear it, yeah. Well, specifically mentioned 4 things. Hear it. Association.
Ask for it.
I don't think he specifically mentions ask for it. He says those, first of all, he said those who are not. I think maybe that's number 4, is it? But the first one is not. Well, I'm not sure the Sanskrit, but even the English I'm dodgy on. So the first one is, what, do you have the Sanskrit? What would you, no, I don't think it's that. Idam te na tapasya. One who is not engaged in tapasya, one who is not austere, or devoted, or engaged in devotional service, and then the one you said, the one who is not envious. So Krishna says you have to be austere, you have to engage in controlling your senses, you have to be devoted, actually engaged in devotional service, and not envious of Krishna. So these are the requirements Krishna asks us to enter the Bhagavad Gita. And then we hear Arjuna's wonderful Karasye Vachanam Tava. I'm not good at Sanskrit, but I always think, Karasye Vachanam Tava. I just hear Arjuna going, yes, Sir Krishna, that's it. I'm officially off the mental platform. What you say, I will do. And then last we hear Sanjaya's point about because here we know Sanjaya is sitting with Dhritarashtra in Hastinapur. and he was fully cognizant of the conversation. And guess what? He wasn't using the internet or a smartphone. I always like that little point that there he is, Sanjaya, thousands and thousands of miles away, can hear the conversation live as it was. But there was no gross external mechanism system. He was qualified to have access to something. So these things that we do nowadays, there is nothing new. New technology is not doing anything new. It's just in mechanical ways to do something that people were qualified to do in previous times. So Sanjay is listening nicely to the conversation with Krishna Arjuna, and he's very much in ecstatic. Unfortunately, who wasn't so ecstatic? Yeah. So, okay, and then this just little 2 points. The gradual way, text 40-55, we hear from the Karma Kanda to Jnana Kanda to Moksha. But then Krishna, as always, brings it to the rapid way, Prabhupada would like to say the escalator, Bhakti Yoga, 56-58. And then there's a third way to see confidential. From the text 155, again, the same point, gradual evolution from karma to bhakti to Bhagavan. More confidential, surrender to the control of material nature. And Krishna eventually says the most confidential is just surrender unto me. Okay, so there's many ways that the knowledge increases in its secret nature, its confidential nature. Okay, actually, okay. How are we doing? So, okay, in very brief, renounce not because what the world offers is too tough, but too little. So again, chapter 8 starts with Arjuna asking, Krishna, explain to me again sannyas and tyag and the difference between the two. And the point is, we often equate renunciation with external motivation. Something external. We associate, and we just heard actually in the 10th chapter, Prabhupada describes sannyas is not a matter of change of dress. It is a matter of one's complete offering of one's desires and desire and activities to the Supreme Lord. Something like this. Prabhupada gives what is sannyas? And obviously we have the cultural element as well, somebody who takes an order. But real sannyas, the essence of sannyas, what it's about is a state of offering one's desires and activities all to the Supreme Lord. Because often people take renunciation because the world is too tough and people want to renounce the world. But actually, we should renounce the world because what's here? What is really here? That which we are looking for, the happiness we are looking for, the satisfaction, the love. It's just we get glimmers of it, and we think that's the real thing in the material world. So, devotee, by our gyan, by our knowledge, we realize this is nothing. What we're getting here indicates I have a desire for it. I have a desire for love. I have a desire for a relationship. I have a desire to serve. But my body, my mind, it doesn't allow me. That only doesn't allow me to express it, and that will only happen in the spiritual world. So here it's too little. So a devotee naturally embraces renouncing here because he wants to go to the place where everything is really there. In material life, the pleasure is not worth the trouble. You work so hard to get a little pleasure, and that's just the nature of the world. And specifically in that section in the modes of nature, in the middle of the 18th chapter, we hear about the 3 types of happiness. Remember the 3 types of happiness? Happiness in the mode of ignorance is? Remember happiness in the mode of ignorance? Yeah. Mode of passion?
Poison in the beginning, nectar in the beginning.
Yeah, and the mode of goodness? Yeah. Oh, hang on, is it? No. And then transcendental, it's nectar at the beginning, nectar at the middle, and nectar at the end. Yes, so in the mode of ignorance, suffering, in mode of passion, there's some pleasure, but then you suffer later for it. In mode of goodness, is poison at the beginning and nectar at the end. And one little definition, that poison at the beginning, what do you mean by the mode of goodness? Happiness is poison at the beginning. Why is it poison at the beginning, pleasure in the mode of goodness? Or happy in the mode of goodness? Yeah, it's always hard work. Hard work is always there, right? We're going to still work hard, even later on. We're going to work hard, right?
Because we don't focus on our own happiness so much. So we're used to run after our senses. So in a witness, you can't just run after your senses.
Yeah.
So there's sense control, and that's the poison. We
Okay.
need to control our senses to some extent.
Well, of course, even that, like we say, even in the material world, people, this idea of sense control is not unique to devotees. Anybody out there that gets anything done, they're controlling their senses. Those that achieve things in the material world, because they're controlling their senses. The sports people, to some degree, the really, well, especially the really high-end athletes, right? They're really, my God, their workout and their diets, and they're very, very, very strict. And anybody that achieves things. So, but the point about, it's not from me. That the poison is the adjustment of my concepts that I'm the enjoyer. That's really tough. That this is not for me. No, not for you. That's like yuck. Because we're being motivated our whole lives by doing things for me. Now you have to abandon that and do it only for Krishna. That's such a, it's a poisonous concept to our entire being, our entire condition to being right now. My mind, my intelligence, my false ego. It doesn't like when we hear Krishna is just the center. So in material life, the pleasure is not worth the trouble, because we endeavor so hard, but we never get it. And in spiritual life, the happiness is worth whatever trouble is required. And that's, so Krishna's, even if he says, like, Man manabhava man bhakto majji, you always think of me, become my devotee. It seems like so much trouble. But that little bit of trouble is going to give us access to the spiritual world, to our eternal existence in Vaikuntha. So the little bit of endeavor Krishna asks for, access is the most topmost thing. And the material life, we work so hard for a tiny drop of something. So in the 18th chapter, Krishna kind of also addresses these little points. Okay, so I just did that one. I stood out. What is poison in the beginning? It's just breaking free from our past conceptions about what is enjoyment in the mode of goodness. That poison, adjusting our understandings, is tough for us. Okay, so then to summarize certain themes in the chapter. Try to be happy, try to serve. Because mostly we think try to be happy means I'm the boss, I'm the one that should be in control. I'm happiest when I'm the center of attention, or I'm the one enjoying. But this is our conditioned, our false, our illusory idea of happiness. Our happiness is when we try to serve. And the example of the mother, the absolute example of her mother and the way she serves the children, like, is motherhood a 9-to-5 job? The mother clocks out at 5 o'clock. That's it. Job finished. It's like it was certainly not. And yet, and especially the children, are they always really appreciative of the mother's work? Even later on, are they appreciative of the mother's work? Is there often a demand for overtime in a mother's job? So if you compare it to the whole, just a mundane job, it's just ridiculous. I mean, Swami and Keshava Maharaj was saying, if you try to put a job value, how much you have to pay your average mother, entry level is £100,000 a year, a year. Anyway, it's a top end job if you're going to pay it properly for what it is. But of course we don't want to see it in such mundane terms. And Srila Prabhupada liked this example of the nearest thing in the material world we can see is that selfless, sacrificing mood of the mother serving the children. And this is, we get a glimpse of how we are meant to serve Krishna. And this, let's have a quick look. Let's 37 and 39. 37. Oh, again, so this is about what real happiness is. That which is in the beginning will be like poison, but the end is like nectar. And what you awaken with is self-realization is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. Happiness derived from contact of the senses with their sense objects and appears like nectar at first, but poison at the end is then said to be the nature of passion. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusional from beginning to end and arises from sleep, laziness and illusion, is happiness in a mode of ignorance. So our concept of what makes us happy, of how, when I am happy, as a devotee has to be completely readjusted. My happiest moment, my happiest stage is when I realize I am servant. I am a servant and I'm nothing but a servant. And that's easy to say, right? But whenever you find yourself in a situation or a moment where somebody is reminding you of that, or somebody is correcting you, or chastising you, or giving you a service to do, and our mind goes, who do you think you are? Or don't you know who I am? Or how dare you? So with some idea of ourselves as some senior devotee or as advanced devotee, then we can see, I actually haven't got this thing down yet, that I'm a servant and I'm defined by just engaging in service to Krishna. In preparing for our Sunday class, I have one reference how Krishna in the 11th chapter, a very specific standout line is Krishna tells Arjuna, Nitya nimitya savyasachin. You just be an instrument in this battle, Arjuna. It's all done, I've done it all, you just be an instrument. And so we should see that because Krishna is doing it all, I'm just an instrument, I should never think there's no service too big. I'm too small, I'm too useless for that service. We should never think like that, because Krishna is the one who's doing, and I'm just the instrument. How Krishna works through me, how dare I limit how much he can work through me? So we should never think we're too small to do a service that's big, and we should never think we're too big to do a service that's small. In the same way too, we should never think I'm too big. I think when the list of services went out before the marathon, it was almost devotees queuing up to clean the toilets. I think Prahlad Bhakti was one of them, didn't you? Prahlad, put your name down. So there was like, oh my God, and Ekachakra did it, and somebody else did it. Yeah, clean the toilets. So devotees embracing the reality that obviously I should always be happy just to have some service, because happiness is in the service. It's in doing the service, the activity itself. Not any external idea of prestige of it or how it's recognized, and also not in the result, what I see from it, because I'm just the pleasure of the service. Oh, that's not that. So happy, try to be happy, try to serve, and when we are unhappy or in good consciousness, we should know, because we're serving nicely. And if I'm not happy, it means I'm not actually in a service attitude or a service conscience. So this is clearly one theme in Bhagavad Gita in general, I'm in the 18th chapter. Of course, then the very famous reference, how to conquer fear. Jai Shri Radha Gopinath Devi Shakti Devi ki, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki, Shri Gauritai Giri Govardhan ki. Okay, so one of the few verses that's most devotees know, 1866, but you also have 1830. 1830, O son of Prita, that understanding by which one, so again, this is the point of the different factors of action and the different modes of nature. So this is understanding in the three modes. And here we have in the, O son of Prita, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is the mode of goodness. So Krishna gives what to be done, what's not to be done, what is to be feared, and what is not to be feared, is understanding the mode of goodness. Because we often are very fearful. Actually, the material world, it is a place composed of fear. This is a place that's literally composed of fear. We can analyze every single thing that goes on, every action that's taken, and take it to a root motivation for that action, and we'll find it's a motivation of fear. Like, well, the most obvious example is like people who are rich, right? Look at the endeavor they have to go to security this and security that, and houses with cameras everywhere and all this protection. And it's such a life of fear. The more you get in a mundane sense, the more you think it can be taken from you, and they're living such lives of fear. But even on a simple level, we're always fearful for basic things like, am I going to get sick, and when I'm going to die, and is my job really secure, especially nowadays, right? The sense of insecurity. So fear is a foundational motivation in the material world. No one gets away from it. And to some degree, it's intelligent. To some degree, it's healthy to have a healthy fear. If you see something that's obviously dangerous to your life, you should protect yourself. That's a certain healthy fear. But the reality is that most people in material consciousness are absorbed in so much fears that you can do absolutely nothing about. And it becomes such a waste of one's energy, one's life, one's time. And when it gets into bad cases, one becomes so fearful that one becomes paralyzed by one's fears. One becomes actually crippled and paralyzed by your fear. So that something that you could do to maybe make a situation better and should do, you don't do because the fear is so gripping. So everything in the material world is gripped by fear. And so even after, it is interesting how Krishna, after giving the whole Bhagavad Gita, all its philosophy, he says, so abandon all these dharmas that I talked about, abandon all kinds of religion, and just surrender to me, Krishna says. And knowing what is the deepest thing in our heart, when Krishna says, surrender to me, we go, what? Krishna goes, ma suchaha. Ma. No. Don't fear. Yeah, don't fear. Give it up. Because and it's so hard for us to do that because we've spent our entire sojourn in the material world through millions and millions and millions of bodies. I think Prabhupada gives this example, even a little bird. When we see a little bird, you put food down, the bird chipping with at the seeds on the floor, the bird is like looking up and looking and it's like tottering around, and any noise, it's off it goes, and so it's you can probably see in every animal species, but specifically these little birds, I find it really personified. They live a constant fear of some cat suddenly jumping at them and grabbing them, and therefore we drag that into even when we come to the human form of life, where we should be starting to gain proper God consciousness, spiritual consciousness. We're still very, very fearful. So a devotee, as we go deeper into our practices and more serious about our Krishna consciousness, but specifically as we become directly aware of Krishna's presence in my every moment of my existence, then it actually gives up the fear, just naturally goes away. We hear examples. I like this one example of a dog, specifically in India. Dogs are quite pathetic creatures. They're always in the streets, and they're super actually. They're very pathetic is the word. Even just recently, they never growl or bark at you, and they can't, if you go near them, they're always running away, and they're always living as if they're going to get beaten any second. Dogs always seem like somebody's going to beat them. And so they're very fearful. They're very fearful. But dogs in the West, right? A dog, like, they're so aggressive. They're so like, because, and even they're not on a chain, and they're so, and why? Because most of the dogs in the West, they're convinced of their master. They have a strong connection. They know I'm a dog, whatever degree they know. But because they feel protected, they know them, especially nowadays too, right? People, if you even do anything to a dog, you'd be taken to court if you give a dog a kick or whatever. So they're very convinced of their masters, and therefore they're naturally confident. And it's said even of young children who are, I've also heard that reverse of what I just said. In India, children who grow up with a lot of association with the parent, specifically the mother, very close, the child becomes naturally very confident because they feel very protected by their mother's loving protection. So there's no fear. So my point is that our very nature is that once we're convinced I have a loving protector who's always with me, I naturally become fearless. If Krishna, this is Krishna's arrangement, this is Krishna. He knows what's best. And we have Prabhupada's famous example of during the bombing, the Pakistan, one of the Pakistan-Indian wars, and there was blackouts in Calcutta. And everybody was told to black out the windows or leave Calcutta or whatever, do different. And Prabhupada paid no attention to it. And there's an example, he was sitting down eating his evening prasadam, right, or eating something. Somebody's kachoris come to mind. I'm not sure how how they got that so specific detail of the incident, but anyway, Prabhupada was sitting down eating kachoris, and somebody approached him about leaving, and Prabhupada said, leaving what? When I hear this, here is Krishna. Here is Krishna in this. This is also Krishna. So this is the real devotee. He understands if Krishna is to protect me, nothing can touch me, and if Krishna wants to touch me, nothing can protect me. Okay. So we're free from fear to the degree that we're actually conscious of Krishna. And there's another. Prabhupada was also once asked, what is the result of chanting Hare Krishna? And Prabhupada said, okay, but in the context of this topic?
Did you become fearless?
Yeah. Prabhupada said, once asked about when you what is the result of chanting, you become free from fear. Because obviously, chanting Hare Krishna, you're directly in association with the Lord, there should be no fear. And the last point, Krishna is God, but the ball is completely in our court. So this is a meditation or topic I like to take from the Bhagavad Gita, and so where it's not so obvious, but yet when you read properly, it's very clearly there. And the old lady and the well water, I'll come back to that reference but just briefly to just 1863. Thus have I explained to you knowledge still more confidential. So Krishna is said to Arjuna, this is the most confidential. Deliberate on this fully and yata chasi tata kuru. Hey, then do what you're going to do. Then do what you wish to do. Literally. Do what you wish to do. Krishna just spoken for the last hour this philosophy. He's made it clear he's God and he's the controller. And like so much philosophy, and yet Krishna at the end still says, "Oh, by the way, hey, you do what you think is best, because that's all you can do." Even Krishna himself, he can't force, or he could, but he doesn't. He does not want to force because there's no fun in force. And of course, 1866, Krishna says, "Abandon and just surrender unto me." He gives the instruction. He doesn't say, I will force you to surrender unto me. Krishna doesn't say that. He says, no, please, this is no. I suggest, and of course Arjuna goes, I will do as you will. The old lady, this little story. It's not got such a strong connection, but it's a story Prabhupada told about when he lived in Radha temple. And Prabhupada lived there for 4 years, 5 years, not so long, 61 to 65, I think. And every morning you would see this very old lady go to the Jamuna, because there was no taps, and carry, I'm not sure how much water, some buckets of water from the Jamuna to the Radha temple for the worship of Lord Damodar. And Prabhupada himself would often open the door, open the gate, knowing she's coming, open to give her access. And this is what she did. And actually, I'm not sure if she actually did it more than once a day. I can't remember the detail, unfortunately. And Prabhupada later referenced her and mentioned her and said, this old lady went back to Godhead because she did this, such a simple service. But this is what she wanted to do. This is how she offered her time to the Lord to personally carry the water. And she was old, so she could have engaged somebody else. No, this is what she wanted to do. It was her expression of her love for the Lord. So simple, just carrying water for the deity's worship. And Prabhupada said this, and in this simple act, because her motivation was so pure, her offering was so unmotivated and so pure, that it was an act of pure devotional service. So she went back to the spiritual world. But this is a point that we don't, we often miss, is that the philosophy, as I said earlier, Krishna tells us he's the controller, but he leaves it up to us always. And even like the famous 4:11 verse, Ye yatam avapajante tam sadavi bijami yaham. As they surrender unto me, I reciprocate accordingly. So Krishna says, as they surrender, I'll respond. As they come forward, I will then come forward too. So he clearly says it's on our side, the ball is in our court for us to do. And even when at the end, when we hear this, when Krishna's last text, he asks, Krishna's last thing, what's the last thing Krishna says? Anybody remember? Where's it gone? He asks two questions. Krishna finishes the Bhagavad Gita with asking a question. Have you heard this with attentive mind? Is your ignorance and illusion now dispelled? So Krishna asks, after hearing it all, and we know from the 10th chapter, Arjuna has accepted Krishna, Param Dhammam, Param Brahman, Pavitram, Parasam. He's accepted Krishna, but Krishna goes, so are you okay? Like, is your illusion gone now? Are you clear? Because if it's not, I'll repeat it, I'll do it all again. It's explained, because this question, the way Krishna words it, he says, and if you're not 100%, this battle can wait, they'll all sit there, let's do it again. If this is what you want, I will do it again. So Krishna and again, we know this thing about the confidential discussion between Krishna and Arjuna. Just the times we see the loving dealings and the sweet, sweet nature. Again, we hear in chapter 11, when Arjuna gets completely, sees the gigantic universal form, at some point he starts to apologize. And oh my God, I've sat in the same bed with you, I've shared the same food with you, I've kind of called you, hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey you, basically. If you go to somebody, hey you, how are you? You only do that to somebody you're very, very familiar with. It's not a reverential expression of hey you. Well, that's what Arjuna do to Krishna. And then now he sees who he is. Oh my God! And he's really scared that maybe he was over familiar with Krishna. And Krishna doesn't like that. Krishna doesn't like, it's like Mother Yasoda and Krishna. Krishna doesn't like Arjuna getting all out of his fraternal friendship, because the relationship is so sweet. And also we know there's a famous thing where there's two verses repeated almost exactly in Bhagavad Gita, and one of them is 934 and 1865. Manmana bhava mad bhakto majjim namaskru. But the difference between the two, I never noticed. The difference in 9:34 is that always think of me, always think and become my devotee. Endeavor like this. Oh, let me quickly, not paraphrasing the message. Because in 1865 there is a distinct difference that I never noticed before. Because the end of the translation in 934, being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. So always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, become my devotee. Being absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. But in 1865, it's actually quite distinct. So think of me, become my devotee, you'll come to me without fail. And how does Krishna finish it? Yeah. So wow, that's not. It's quite a distinct difference. But the first one is said, and by doing this, you will come to me. And here he's saying, do this, and my God, you're definitely coming to me because I'm going to bring you to me because of my love for you, my protection, our relationship. I want you to come to me because you are my very dear friend. So the relationship between Arjuna and Krishna is very, 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 very. They're friends. They're very close. So even though. So Krishna had spoken, and at the end he said this, have you heard me? And if you're not, I will speak it all again. So Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Supreme Controller. He is the Master. He is everyone's Lord and Master from the philosophical point of view. But from the point of view of the reality of the relationship with Krishna, which is what it's all about, we hear this, we say a lot, Krishna is the absolute truth. And that's we have a long conversation on how that means absolute truth. He is the source of all truths, and everything is only true because of Krishna. But he's also the absolute relative truth, which philosophically does not make sense. But this is where you step above philosophy, and the point is that everyone has is in a relationship with Krishna. We're all relative to Krishna in some way, and that's the reality, that's the real business. We are all related in a certain relationship with Krishna. And so in that relationship, even though he's the one with all the power, we are the one that makes always the first step. We're always the one that Krishna is waiting upon. And who he happily serves us in whatever we want to do. Because he's Krishna, he can do that. He's the source. So, Krishna is God, but the ball is completely in our court. So, yate chasi tatakuru. Meditate upon this, and then do what you wish to do. This is the God, I like that. This is the God we believe in. He's not the God of fear, not the God of force. He's a God of love. And love means he's waiting on us. He's waiting on us. We shouldn't, and devotees often we wait, why doesn't Krishna do this? And why isn't Krishna doing that? And why? That's not Krishna. That's not, when somebody says, why doesn't Krishna do this? Sorry, you're not talking about Krishna, because he's not holding back. We're the ones holding back. When we step forward, Krishna steps forward 1,000 times more. Okay, it's 2 minutes. Anybody, any little queries or questions on anything?
I was thinking, you were talking about sannyas in the beginning, and kind of giving your mind words and everything. And it's not just chaga, it's not just renunciation.
Yeah.
That's just the difference between ekadanda and tridanda, isn't it? I mean, that is the difference between ekadanda and tridanda.
Ekadanda is
Tridanda is body, mind, and words, so that's the difference. That's why we're Tridandis, we have Tridandis sannyasis and not Ekadanda sannyasis.
Okay. Yeah, because the Ekadanda sannyasis, the idea of they're taking renunciation just to lose their identity, become one. But Tridanda. But there's actually 4 sticks in Tridandi's staff. There's actually 4 sticks.
4.
Huh? It's actually 4. Yeah, the body, mind, the self. And the soul. The Atma or the super soul?
The individual soul.
Individual soul, okay. It's actually 4. And the point is, yes, so then we're trying to actually reawaken our original service relationship with Krishna. Yeah. But its renunciation, I mean, it's something devotees get confused very easy what it means to be renounced, what it means to be. What's that statement? Anyway, one has to renounce. One has to renounce one's renunciation. To become a real devotee, you have to become renounced to practice being a devotee. But actually, become a real devotee, you have to renounce your renunciation, because renunciation still is implied. It's mine. It's mine, and I'm renouncing it. I'm renouncing. I have a desire in my mind. I'm renouncing it. No, that's not your mind. It's not yours. It's Krishna's. So renunciation gets the point. You just whatever it is, it's Krishna's. I'm doing this for Krishna. I'm using it for Krishna. It's Krishna's. I'm not. Nothing is mine. It's Krishna's. So renunciation is we have to renounce our renunciation is the devotees. So devotees get confused a lot about renunciation. You know.
I was just then, when you were talking again, I was thinking about it, body, mind, and words, and actually our renunciation, isn't it basically just going to Brahma's prayer, like 40 minutes? So we just tolerate everything, and we wait for Krishna to live, and in the meantime we just serve him. Yeah. I mean, that is ultimately the renunciation of devotee. Yeah. Yeah, we're just happy to have some service, whatever it is. Whatever service it is, even though, some services we like to do, some services we don't like to do, we'll do, and some services we just don't like. And all three are a healthy balance, actually. We should mostly do what we like to do. We should be willing to do sometimes what we're not so keen, but we should also embrace that which we don't like to do. For some time. Because that devotee is willing to do whatever. Jai Grantaraj Shri Bhagavad Gita ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Shri Radha Gopinath Devi Shakti Devi ki, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki, and Sri Guru. Last Sorry?
Gadadhara Dake Bame Gadadhara Dake Nenitai Chan Bame Gadadhara Dake Nikate Advaita Srini Basa Chatradhara Nikate Advaita Srini Nikate Advaita Srini Basa Chatradhara Nikate Advaita Srini Moshi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Vase Ache Gaurachan Base Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Sase Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Arati Kore Nam Brahma Ajin Devagane Arati Karena Brahma Narare Adi Kore Chamara Duraya Narare Adi Kore Nara Hare Hare Kore Chamana Dulaya Nara Hare Hare Kore Chamana Dulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Goshadigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Goshadigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Shanka baje kanta baje baje karatala Shanka baje kanta baje Shanka baje kanta baje Baje karatala Shanka baje ganta baje Baje karatala Madhuram hridanga baje Paramarasala Madhuram hridanga baje Paramarasala Madhuram hridanga baje Paramarasala Madhuram hridanga baje Paramarasala Bahu kache chandrajini Badana ujvala bahogate bahogate chandrajini Badana ujvala bahogate chandrajini Badana ujvala Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jvalamala Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jvalamala Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jalamala Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada Shiva Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada Shiva Shuka Preme Gada Gada Bhakti Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada 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 Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Shishi Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Nitai Gaura Premanande, Jai Vishnu Paramahansa Prajika Shata Shata Shishima.
A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Prem Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivas Adi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Hare Krishna Gopak Bhajan Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Madhurdam ki jai. Navadip Mayapur Dham ki jai. Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai jai. Shri Radhadesh Dham ki jai. Janita Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Pralada Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shrilatankanakalaye. Shrilatankanakalaye. Ito Nrisimha Parato Nrisimho. Yato Yato Yamitato Nrisimho. Yato Yamitato. Bahir Nrisimha Hridayir Nrisimha. Ahir Nrisimha, Hridayir Nrisimha. Ahir Nrisimha, Hridayir Nrisimha. Nrisimha Madhim Sharanam Prapade. Nrisimha Madhim Sharanam Prapade. Tavakara Kamalavare. Nakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavatrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Avatara Kamala Hare. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Keshavatita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Keshavatita Narahari Rupa. Jaya Nisim Hare, Jaya Nisim Hare, Nisim Hare, Jaya Nisim Hare, Jaya Nisim Hare, Jaya. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo, Nitai Gaur Haribo. Jaya Jaya Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinatha. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Prabhupada ki jai.
No, that's Rick.
I should have put harmonium here. No?
I can put my book on it. I'm not playing it.
Oh well, you can put book on it. Yeah.
Krishna, 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 Rakshama, Krishna, 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 Rakshama, Krishna, 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 Pahima, Krishna, 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 Pahima, Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rakshama, Rama, Raghava,
Krishna Keshava Parima, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Parima, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Gracias.
Huh?
Yo, gracias.
All right, Jai Srila Prabhupada. And we're reading from the Krishna book, and it is the introduction of the Rasa dance, page 256. As mentioned above, somewhere halfway the page, I think, was it something there? Yeah, okay, so let's start here again. It's not the problem. As mentioned above, it appears that Krishna enjoyed the Rasa dance with the gopis when he was 8 years old. Yeah, at that time, many of the gopis were married, because in India, especially in those days, girls were married at a very early age. There are even many instances of girls giving birth to a child at the age of 12. Under the circumstances, all the gopis who wanted to have Krishna as their husband were already married. At the same time, they continued to hope that Krishna would be their husband. Their attitude towards Krishna was that of a paramour love. Therefore, the loving affairs of Krishna with the gopis are called Parakhiya Rasa. The attitude of a married man who desires another wife, or a wife who desires another husband, is called Parakhiya Rasa. Actually, Krishna is the husband of everyone, because he is the supreme enjoyer. The gopis wanted Krishna to be their husband, but factually there was no possibility of marrying all the gopis. But because he had that natural tendency to accept Krishna as their husband, the supreme husband, the relationship between the gopis and Krishna is called Parakhiya Rasa. This Parakhiya Rasa is ever existence in the Goloka Vrindavan, in the spiritual sky, where there is no possibility of the inebriety which characterized Parakhiya Rasa in the material world. In the material world, Parakhiya Rasa is abominable, whereas in the spiritual world it is the present in the super excellent relationship of Krishna and the gopis. There are many relationships with Krishna: master and servant, friend and friend, parent and son, lover and beloved. Out of all these rasas, the Parakhiya Rasa is considered to be the topmost. The material world is the perfected reflection of the spiritual world. It's just like the reflection of a tree on the bank of a reservoir of water. The topmost part of the tree is seen as the lowest part. Similarly, Parakhiya Rasa, when pervertedly reflected in this material world, is most abominable. Therefore, when people when people imitated the rasa dance of Krishna with the gopis, they simply enjoyed the perverted, abominable reflection of the transcendental Parakhiya Rasa. There is no possibility of enjoying this transcendental Parakhiya Rasa within this material world. It is stated in Srimad Bhagavatam that one should not imitate this Parakhiya Rasa, even in a dream or imagination. Those who do so drink the most deadly poison. When Krishna, the supreme enjoyer, desired to enjoy the company of the gopis on that full moon night of the Sarat season, exactly at that very moment the moon, the Lord of all the stars, appeared in the sky, displaying its most beautiful features. The full moon of the Sarat night is the most beautiful night in the year. In the Indian city of Agra, in Uttar Pradesh province, there is a great monument called Taj Mahal, which is a tomb made of first-class marble stone. And during the night of the full moon of the Sarat season, many foreigners go to see the beautiful reflections of the moon on the tomb. Thus this full moon night is celebrated even in today for its beauty. When the full moon rose in the east, it tinged everything with a reddish color. With the rising of the moon, the whole sky appeared smeared with the red kumkuma. When the husband, long separates from his wife, returns home, he decorates the face of his wife with red kumkuma. This long-expected moonrise of the Sarat season was thus smearing the eastern sky. The appearance of the moon increased Krishna's desire to dance with the gopis. The forests were filled with fragrant flowers. The atmosphere was cooling and festive. And when Lord Krishna began to blow his flute, the gopis all over Vrindavan became enchanted.
Their attraction to the vibration of the flute increased 1,000 times due to the rising full moon, the red horizon, the calm and cool atmosphere, and the blossoming flowers. All the gopis were by nature very much attracted to Krishna's beauty, and when they heard the vibration of his flute, they became apparently lustful to satisfy the senses of Krishna. Immediately upon hearing the vibration of the flute, they all left their respective engagements and proceeded to the spot where Krishna was standing. While they ran very swiftly, their earrings swung back and forth. They all rushed toward the place known as Vamsivata. Some of them were engaged in milking cows, but they left their milking business half finished and immediately went to Krishna. One of them had just collected milk and put it in a milk pan on the stove to boil, but she did not care whether the milk overboiled and spilled. She immediately left to go to see Krishna. Some of them were breastfeeding their small babies, and some were engaged in distributing food to the members of their families, but they left all such engagements and immediately rushed toward the spot where Krishna was playing his flute. Some were engaged in serving their husbands, and some were themselves engaged in eating, but caring neither to serve their husband nor eat, they immediately left. Some of them wanted to decorate their faces with cosmetic ointments and to dress themselves very nicely before going to Krishna, but unfortunately they could not finish their cosmetic decoration or put on their clothes in the right way because of their anxiety to meet Krishna immediately. Their faces were decorated hurriedly and were haphazardly finished. Some even put their lower part of their clothes on the upper part of their bodies and the upper part on the lower part. While all the gopis were hurriedly leaving their respective places, their husbands, brothers and fathers were all struck with wonder to know where they were going. Being young girls, they were protected either by husbands, elder brothers or fathers. All their guardians forbade them to go to Krishna, but they disregarded them. When a person becomes attracted by Krishna and is in his full Krishna consciousness, yeah. He does not care for any worldly duties, even through very urgent. Krishna consciousness is so powerful that it gives everyone relief from all material activities. Srila Rupa Goswami has written a very nice verse wherein on Gopis advises another. My dear friend, if you desire to enjoy the company of material society, friendship and love, then please do not go to see that smiling boy, Govinda, who is standing on the bank of the Yamuna and playing his flute. His lips brightened by the beams of the full moonlight. Srila Rupa Goswami indirectly instructs that one who has been Srila Rupa Goswami that one who has been captivated by the beautiful smiling face of Krishna has lost all the attraction for the material enjoyments. This is the test of advancement in Krishna consciousness. A person advancing in Krishna consciousness must lose interest in material activities and personal sense gratifications. Some of the gopis were factually detained from going to Krishna by their husband and were locked up by force with their grooms. Within the rooms. Oh, yeah, niet grooms, but rooms. Oh ja. Even kijken. Being unable to go to Krishna, they began to meditate upon his transcendental form by closing their eyes. They already had the form of Krishna within their minds. They proved to be the greatest yogis. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, a person who is constantly thinking of Krishna within his heart with faith and love is considered to be the topmost of all yogis. Actually, a yogi concentrates his mind on the form of Lord Vishnu. That is real yoga. Krishna is the original form of all Vishnu tattvas. The gopis who could not go to Krishna personally began to meditate on him as perfect yogis. In the conditioned stage of the living entities, there are two kinds of results of fruitive activities. The conditioned living entity who is constantly engaged in sinful activities has suffering as his result, and he who is engaged in pious activities has material enjoyment as a result. In either case, material suffering or material enjoyment, the suffer or enjoy is conditioned by the material nature.
The gopi associates of Krishna who assembles in the place where Krishna was appearing were from different groups. Most of the gopis were eternal companions of Krishna. As stated in the Brahma Samhita, Ananda Sin Maya Rasa Pratibha Vitabi is the spiritual world, the associates of Krishna, especially the gopis, are manifestations of the pleasure potency of Lord Krishna. They are expansions of Srimati Radharani, but when Krishna exhibits his transcendental pastimes within the material world in some of the universes, not only the eternal associates of Krishna come, but also those who are being promoted to that status from this material world. So some of the gopis who joined Krishna's pastimes within this material world were coming from the status of ordinary human beings. If they had been bound by fruitive action, they were fully freed from the reactions of karma by constant meditation on Krishna. Their very severely painful yearnings caused by their not being able to see Krishna freed them from all sinful reactions, and the ecstasy of transcendental love for Krishna in his absence ended all their reactions to material pious activities. The conditioned soul is subjected to birth and death either by pious or sinful activities, but the gopis who began to meditate on Krishna transcended both positions and became purified and thus elevated to the status of the gopi already expanded by his pleasure potency. All the gopis who concentrated their mind on Krishna in the spirit of paramour love became fully purified of all the fruitive reactions of material nature, and some of them immediately gave up their material bodies developed under the three modes of material nature. Maharaj Parikshit heard Sukadeva Goswami explain the situation of the gopis who assembled with Krishna in the Rasa dance. When he heard that some of the gopis, simply by concentrating on Krishna as their paramour, became free from all contamination of material birth and death, he said, "The gopis did not know that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They accepted him as a beautiful boy and considered him to be their paramour. So how was it possible for them to get freed from the material condition just by thinking of a paramour? One should consider here that Krishna and ordinary living beings are qualitatively one. The ordinary living beings, being part and parcel of Krishna, are also Brahman, but Krishna is the supreme Parabrahman." The question is, if it is possible for a devotee to get free from the material contaminated stage simply by thinking of Krishna, then why should this not be possible for others who are also thinking of someone? If one is thinking of a husband or son, or if anyone at all is thinking of another living entity, then, since all living entities are also Brahman, why are all those who thus think of others not freed from the contaminated stage of material nature? This is a very intelligent question, because there are always atheists imitating Krishna. In these days of Kali Yuga, there are many rascals who think themselves to be as good as Krishna and who cheat people into believing that thinking of them is as good as thinking of Lord Krishna. Parikshit Maharaj, apprehending the future dangerous condition of blind followers, of demoniac imitators, therefore asked this question, and fortunately it is recorded in Srimad Bhagavatam to warn innocent people that thinking of an ordinary man and thinking of Krishna are not the same. Actually, even thinking of the demigods cannot compare with thinking of Krishna. It is warned in the Vaishnava Tantra that one who puts Vishnu Narayana or Krishna on the same levels as the demigods is called a pasandi or rascal. On hearing this question from Maharaj Parikshi, Sukadeva Goswami replied, My dear king, your question is already answered, even before this incident, because Parikshi Maharaj wanted to clear up the situation. His spiritual master answered him very intelligently. Why are you again asking about the same subject matter which has already been explained to you? Why are you so forgetful? The spiritual master is always in the superior position, so he has the right to chastise his disciple in this way. Sukadeva Govami knew that Maharaj Parakshi asked the question not for his own understanding but as a warning to the future innocent people who might think others to be equal to Krishna. Sukadeva Goswami then reminded Parikshi Maharaj about the salvation of Sisupala.
Shishupala was always envious of Krishna, and because of his envy, Krishna killed him. But since Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shishupala gained salvation simply by seeing him. If an envious person can get salvation simply by concentrating his mind on Krishna, then what to speak of the gopis, who are so dear to Krishna and always think of him in love? There must be some difference between the enemies and the friends. If Krishna's enemies could get freed from material contamination and become one with the Supreme, then certainly his dear friends, like the gopis, can achieve such freedom and much more. Besides that, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is called Rishikesha. Sukadeva Goswami also said that Krishna is Rishikesha, the super soul, whereas an ordinary man is a conditioned soul covered by the material body. Krishna and Krishna's body are the same because he is Rishikesha. Any person making a distinction between Krishna and Krishna's body is fool number one. Krishna is Rishikesha and Adhokshaja. These two particular words have been used by Sukadeva Goswami in this instance. Rishikesha is the super soul, and Adhokshaja is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, transcendental to the material nature. Just to show favor to the ordinary living entities, out of his causeless mercy, he appears as he is. Unfortunately, foolish persons mistake him to be an ordinary person, and so they become eligible to go to hell. Sukadeva Goswami continued to inform Maharaja Parikshit that Krishna is not an ordinary person, but rather the Supreme Personality of Godhead, imperishable, immeasurable, and without any material qualities, but full of all spiritual qualities. He appears in this material world out of his causeless mercy, and whenever he appears as he is, without change. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, where the Lord says that he appears by his spiritual potency. He does not appear under the control of the material potency. The material potency is under his control. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that the material potency is working under his superintendence. It is also confirmed in the Brahma Samhita that the material potency, known as Durga, is acting just like a shadow, which moves with the movement of the substance. The conclusion is that if one somehow or other becomes attached to Krishna, or attracted to him, either because of his qualities of beauty, opulence, fame, strength, renunciation, or knowledge, through affection or friendship, or even through lust, anger, or fear, then one's salvation and freedom from material contamination are assured. In the Bhagavad Gita, 18th chapter, the Lord states that one who is engaged in preaching Krishna consciousness is very dear to him. A preacher has to face many difficulties in his struggle to preach pure Krishna consciousness. Sometimes he has to suffer bodily injuries, and sometimes he has to meet death also. All this is taken as a great austerity on behalf of Krishna. Krishna therefore has said that such a preacher is very, very dear to him. Krishna's enemies can expect salvation simply by concentrating their minds on him. Then what to speak of persons who are so dear to Krishna? The conclusion should be that the salvation of those who are engaged in preaching Krishna consciousness in the world is guaranteed in all circumstances. But such preachers never care for salvation, because factually, one who is engaged in Krishna consciousness, devotional service, has already achieved salvation. Sukadeva Goswami therefore assured King Parikshit that he should always rest assured that one who is attracted by Krishna attains liberation from material bondage, because Krishna is the transcendental master of all mystic power. When all the gopis assembled, as described, before Krishna, he began to speak to them, welcoming them as well as discouraging them by word jugglery. Krishna is the supreme speaker. He is the speaker of the Bhagavad Gita. He can speak on the highest, elevated subjects of philosophy, politics, economics, everything. He also spoke before the gopis who were so dear to him. He wanted to enchant them by word jugglery, and thus he began to speak as follows. O ladies of Vrindavana, Krishna said, you are very fortunate, and you are very dear to me. I am very much pleased that you have come here, and I hope everything is well in Vrindavan. Now please order me, what can I do for you? What is the purpose of your coming here in the dead of night? Kindly take your seats, and let me know what I can do for you.
Krishna's being not here.
Can I ask a question?
That's a good question.
Why we say it's so hard to go back to Krishna when we read here that if we are devotees and all that, we can go back? Why they say it's so hard to go back in this?
Because if you try to do what it says here, you'll find out that it's not so easy.
Okay.
Just surrender to me. The final thing in Bhagavad Gita.
Mm-hmm.
You try to do it. And then you sit here and say, what? Did you try it already?
I don't know.
You tried.
Well, maybe, yes. Well, I'm here, but
And you never complain about the difficulties.
that's not the point. That's not the point.
Next question.
I don't say there is no difficulties, but
So
so then what? So people just
surrendering is not so easy. Surrendering to Krishna is not a very easy thing to do. Because usually we surrender to our mind, this and that. There you go. It's a little practice.
okay. But it look easier in the book than when I hear people talking about.
Yeah, because in the book it's the theory, so
Mm.
that's how you do it.
Okay.
And it's like you can write a book, and this is the way to build a building. With stones and walls. And then you have to build it.
Yeah. Okay.
You see there a difference?
Good example, Dr. Rick.
Huh?
Good example. The gopis had to come to Krishna, thank you for your answer, to enjoy his company, to dance with him, embrace him and kiss him. And when Krishna began to receive them very officially, showing all kinds of etiquette, they were surprised. He was treating them like ordinary society women. Therefore, they began to smile among themselves, and too they very eagerly listened to Krishna talk in that way. They were surprised. Then Krishna began to instruct them, my dear friends, you must know that it is now the dead of night and the forest is very dangerous. At this time, all the ferocious jungle animals, the tigers, bears, jackals and wolves, are prowling the forest. Therefore, it is very dangerous for you. You cannot select the secure place now. A secure place now. Everywhere you go, you will find that all those animals are loitering to find their prey. I think, therefore, that you are taking great risk in coming here in the dead of night. Please turn back immediately without delay. When he saw that they continued to smile, he said, I very much appreciate your bodily features. All of you have very, very thin waists. All the gopis there were exquisitely beautiful. They are described by the word sumadhyama. The standard of beauty of a woman is said to be sumadhyama, when the middle portion of the body is slender. Krishna wanted to impress on them that they were not old enough to take care of themselves. Actually, they required protection. It was not very wise for them to come in the dead of the night to Krishna. Krishna also indicated that he was young and that they were young girls. It does not look very well for young girls and boys to remain together in the dead of night. After hearing this advice, the gopis did not seem very happy. Therefore, Krishna began to stress the point in a different way.
You see what is going on?
Yeah, kind of. It's not really Krishna conscious, right? No?
Krishna is making fun of the girls. So he comes in the night, doing something which is sort of very inappropriate.
Yeah.
And then God and he's like, what are you doing? This is very inappropriate. Why call themselves? So he's basically teasing them.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
My dear friends, I can understand that you have left your home without the permission of your guardians. Therefore, I think your mothers, your fathers, your elder brothers, and even your sons, and what to speak of your husbands, must be very anxious to find you. As long as you are here, they must be searching in different places, and their minds must be very agitated. So don't tarry. Please go back and make them peaceful. When the gopis appear to be a little bit disturbed and angry from hearing the free advice of Krishna, they diverted their attention to looking at the beauty of the forest. At that time, the whole forest was illuminated by the bright shining of the moon, and the air was blowing very silently over the blooming flowers, and the green leaves of the trees were moving in the breeze. Krishna took the opportunity of their looking at the forest to advise them. I think you have come to see the beautiful Vrindavan forest on the night, he said, but you must now be satisfied. So return to your homes without delay. I understand that you are all very chaste women. So now that you have been seeing the beautiful atmosphere of the Vrindavan forest, please return home and engage in a faithful service of your respective husbands. Some of you may have babies by this time. I thought you are very young. You must have left your small babies at home, and they must be crying. Please immediately go back home and just feed them with your breast milk. I can also understand that you have very great affection for me, and out of that transcendental affection you have come here, hearing my playing on the flute. Your feeling of love and affection for me are very appropriate because I am the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All living creatures are my parts and parcels, and naturally they are affectionate to me. So this affection for me is very welcome, and I congratulate you for this. Now you can go back to your homes. Another thing I must explain to you is that for a chaste woman, service to the husband without duplicity is the best religious principle. Not only should a woman be faithful and chaste to her husband, but she should also be affectionate to the friend's husband, obedient to the father and mother of the husband, and affectionate to the younger brothers of the husband. And most importantly, a woman must take care of her children.
It's a lot of things to do, huh?
Yeah, feminist movement over here, right?
Sorry?
Feminist movement.
If you want to become a real woman, then this is the movement, yeah. Not a wishy-washy small one, but a real one. That's not easy. It's not a job, you see. Jobs are for guys. He's looking at me like,
No, no,
so Krishna is still playing. You know, in this way, Krishna explained the duty of a woman. He also stressed the point of serving the husband. Even if he is not of very good character, or even if he is not very rich or fortunate, or even if he is old or invalid on account of continued diseases, whatever her husband's condition is, a woman should not divorce her husband if she actually desires to be elevated to the higher planetary systems after leaving this body. Besides that, it's considered abominable in society if a woman is unfaithful and goes searching for another man. Such habits will deter a woman from being elevated to the heavenly planets, and the results of such habits are very degrading. A married woman should not search for a paramour, for this is not sanctioned by the very principles of life. If you think that you are very much attached to me and you want my association, I advise you not to personally try to enjoy me. It is better for you to go home, simply talk about me and think of me. And by this process of constantly remembering me and chanting my names, you will surely be elevated to the spiritual platform. There is no need to stand here, there's no need to stand near me, so please go back home. The instructions given by Hare and by the Supreme Personality of Godhead to the gopis was not at all sarcastic. Such instructions should be taken very seriously by all honest women. The chastity of a woman is specifically stressed herein by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, this principle should be followed by any serious woman who wants to be elevated to higher status of life. Krishna is the center of all affection for all living creatures. When this affection is developed for Krishna, one surpasses and transcends all Vedic injunctions. This was possible for the gopis because they saw Krishna face to face. This is not possible for any woman in a conditioned state. Unfortunately, sometimes a rascal following the philosophy of monism or oneness, very irresponsible, takes advantage of this Rasa Lila to imitate the behavior of Krishna with the gopis and entice many innocent women and mislead them in the name of spiritual realization. As a warning, Lord Krishna herein hinted that what was possible for the gopis is not possible for ordinary women. Although a woman can actually be elevated by advanced Krishna consciousness, you should not be enticed by an impostor who says that he is Krishna. She should concentrate her devotional service activities in chanting about Krishna and meditating upon him as is advised herein. One should not follow the men called Sahajiyas, the so-called devotees who take everything very lightly. There's a group in India that's called the Sahajiyas, and then they imitate the pastimes. There's a man dressing up like Krishna and so things like that. Or a guru says, oh, everybody's one. You are Krishna, you're God, I'm God, everybody's God. I'm of course a little bit more God than you are. That's why I'm guru. Nonsense. And then said, and then there's some ladies, and then he will do a rasa dance. Things like that. It's completely nonsense. And that's why Krishna, although he's making a little bit fun of the ladies, testing them actually, is actually also instructing, if you are a real lady, you're very, because chastity is actually the main energy of a lady. And a lady who's very faithful to her husband is actually amazingly strong. And there's one story in the Mahabharata that actually is talking about that, and that lady is called Kandari. She married a blind king. His name was Dhritarashtra. So what happened was, when she didn't know, because he was a big king, he was actually very powerful. And she was married to him without knowing that he was blind. So when she came and she saw that he was blind, first she was like, you know, they cheated me. What is this? But it was arranged, you see. And she was a big princess, but then she did something which is actually very extraordinary. She said, well, if my husband cannot see, then I should adjust to that situation. And what she did, she took a blindfold, and from that moment on she blindfolded herself, and there's only one time in her life that she took it off. So she said, well, because what my husband cannot see, I cannot see. Like that. And she supported him her whole life. So, and the only time she took it off was when her eldest son, Duryodhana, was going to war, and she wanted to protect him. So just before the battle, she said, now you can't take him out, and you come back, and you stand before me naked, and then I'll take off my blindfold, and then I will look at you, and then every part I see will be basically invulnerable. Because you get your mother's blessing, and it is such a strong blessing because of my austerities, I will just put them on you, and nobody can defeat you. So, what happened was that Krishna knew about this. So, when he was coming back from the river, he met Krishna and said, oh, said Krishna, what are you doing? You're walking around naked. You're an ape or something like that? Yeah, I'm going to see my mom. Oh, you're going before your mother? Oh, you should at least wear a loincloth, you know, so your parts are covered. So he came back to his mother. Yeah, are you there, my son? Yes, he bathed nicely. Yes, I'm here. So you are standing before me, right? Okay. So she took her blindfold off. And she said, what are you wearing? You think your mother never saw you naked before? What is this? But she couldn't change it anymore. So that he was invulnerable except for the part where the cloth was, the loincloth. And then later, actually, that was the place where he got defeated. And this was one of Krishna's arrangements. And then she actually asked the boy, so why did you do this? Well, I met Krishna, and he told me, you know, I cannot come naked for my mother. And she said, oh, it's Krishna. But she was a very great devotee of Krishna. So then later, in the end of the war, all her 100 sons got killed. So she was furious, of course. So that was a big problem. And then in the end of the war, then Krishna took the Pandavas, the survivors of the war. He took them. Yeah, he said, before you go in, let me go in first. So then he pacified Gandhari, so she wouldn't curse anyone, because the curse would certainly come out. So then if one of these 5 Pandavas would be cursed by her, especially Bhima would kill actually most of the 100 sons, then there would be toast, you see. Because her power of chastity was so large that it was one of the biggest forces. It was much bigger than most of the warriors, you see. It was a real chastised wife that is, has a form of chastity which is very nicely developed. It's very, very strong. And that's also how they actually control their husbands. There are actually more stories than that. And if a husband doesn't honor that, well, then he's a real piece of shit. So that is really not worth like.
Why Krishna wanted him to be
Sorry?
invincible?
Sorry?
Why Krishna wanted him to not be invincible?
Because what I explained later, then he could be defeated. And Duryodhana was really actually one of the reasons why he came to the earth, to take away the demons of the earth.
So her son was a demon?
Her son was, yeah. The way they were born was like this, that she got pregnant, but then one of her assistants actually got a child before her, so she was cursing the ball of her pregnancy that it came so late, but she was hoping that it came before. That would be then maybe the successor of the throne, which was actually basically the main throne in India and so the world. So then that didn't happen, so it was late. So she just touched it with a stick, and then a ball of meat came out.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, what is this? So then the sage came by. He said, oh, what did you do? Okay, so then he said, you divide it in 100 pieces, and then there were special pots with ghee inside, and then she put a piece in every pot. And then later, 100 sons would come out.
Okay.
And that happened. But they were not so elevated souls, in one sense. They had a lot of knowledge, but it was more like demoniac. It's like when you know how to do something, but you use it for the wrong thing. You can make an atom bomb, but you don't make it for energy, for electricity, but you use it for bombing places. So they knew how to make it, but also how to break it. And now we have somebody here who knows how to make it. Wow, some spiritual atom bombs going to fall down. So please do your thank you for coming to it. Thank you. Hare Krsna. Hare Krishna.
Don't do it. She asked me why I did it. I really don't know.
For the lecture.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare